Hey! Oh, wicked! Right, yes, rock and roll. How is everyone doing? Oh, fantastic. Right, yes. Okay, so as you might have read from the title, we're going to do something awesome today. It's going to be wicked. We're going to make some rangers, which are kind of like archers, but I think rangers is a slightly more sort of I don't know, varied time and stuff. I'm hearing my own audio, which is great. That's what we all love. We all love hearing ourselves just 2 seconds after we actually talk. Fantastic. Right, anyway. Right, I'm so excited. This is going to be really cool. So I'll explain roughly what we're looking to do. If I play here, we're going to, like with these army recruit thing where we have five, we're going to have another card where we create rangers that kind of stand around here, and they're going to attack the enemy every single turn, but they're going to do that like before the enemy does anything. So like they're going to be like really good superpowered units, but they're going to cost like they're going to be a lot more like inefficient. Oh, hello KO2 fan, how's it going? Oh, wicked. Yeah. Oh, wicked. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, you've been up to much. This is awesome. Yeah, so yeah, I'm excited about this because again, what I've done is I've got all the sprites ready, but I haven't even slightly thought about how I'm going to code it. So I'm just going to kind of put my head straight into it and get rocking. So what we need to do first is I've got over here. I've got the new card art for it. So I think we work on just adding the card over, even though the card's not going to do it. Oh yeah, oh cool, going well, yeah. Oh, good to hear. Wicked. Right. So yeah, I'm going to add the card art to our sprites. Let's find out where it is. I probably shouldn't have started here. Let me just drag it over there and then... Yeah, so our first plan is just add this to a card, so we have it a card that you can play, and then we'll worry about how to actually do all the mechanics of the archers later. Right. Card art, yeah. And I want to make sure I've got all the numbers right. So they're 1 to 8 and point filter none. So there we go. Now, I can't remember if I mentioned this already, but with the compression, the reason I always put none is if ever you try to do, say, low quality or high quality or whatever, when you're making a sort of 2D based game which requires sprites, it makes all the sprites look rubbish, and I don't know any other way of explaining it. It just I'm just trying to work out. Oh, my head's going to be in the way, so let me just try and explain. But when you have like a picture like this, some of the pixels just don't work, and it kind of looks yeah, it just that doesn't seem to just, yeah, all the pixels look misaligned, and you can just about make out the picture. And I didn't realise this on my first game, so all of the sprites just looked rubbish because, I mean, partly because I'm not exactly the world's greatest artist, but also because, yeah, they just become misaligned. So I always make a point of having compression down to, yeah, on none. Right, anyway, let me just move my head back to the place. Cool. Right, so let's go. What do we need to do to get this card to work? I think first of all, we need to open up all these. And let me actually close everything. Let's close all but this. And I'm going to probably do myself... Yeah, I have no idea as well. I think there might even be a way of a setting somewhere. Yeah, yes, yeah, I agree, yeah. I mean, or I think it should do, but I don't know much about like 3D games, right? Times when I've made a 3D game, and it's more, instead of it being sprites you're dealing with, it's materials. It might make more sense to default to whatever it does default, but I think there is a setting where you can change where you can actually change it so that when you drag something on, it defaults to this particular thing. But I've kind of got into the habit of just changing it when I just put it on. So I'm going to go through all these card classes, open them all up, and like so. Yeah, and I kind of want to just get rid of some of these card level class. Let's just get rid of it because. At this precise moment, I don't think this is actually of any use at any point. Find all references. Let's have a look. Oh. It is. It does have a use. Huh. Class card. Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah. So I think, yeah, because it was as I was putting it together, it made sense to make these classes, but on reflection now, it looks like it's not really of much use. So I think it's both the card class and the name level. We're just going to just delete. And I'm just going to double check, find all references. That's fine. And is this ever actually used? No, it's not. So let's go get rid of these two and these two here, and we'll save that. It's more like kind of, it's just going to mean whenever I'm adding a card, I'm going to it's just going to mean I've got less things to reference through. Of course with 3D, but you set the type of sprite it should change to. Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. I think like it is weird. Like kind of, it's one of those sort of old habits of like kind of I'm just so used to as soon as I put a sprite on, just configuring it. But one thing that I actually found is useful. Let me just delete these two. I'm just going to double check before these two are useless. Yeah. Get rid of them. Okay, that's better. Okay. Yeah. Just waiting for everything to compensate. Okay. So, card cost class. Oh yeah, I don't actually. We'll have it as number 5 over here. Let me just open up all the classes first. So we've got the cost, the text. And now this particular one, I haven't actually made a name, so I'm going to put it at the end here. We're going to call it... probably should have thought of the name of the actual card. It's got to be something sensible and to the point. Yeah, Ranger Recruit. And it's going to cost, and I think it's going to be, for the time being, it's going to be 1 mana, or 1 mana coin for one Ranger. So this is one of those where you really do get good returns if you upgrade it, because it's going to be 2, then 3. Okay, so got that there. Now I just want to open this one. Copy this and then change the name. Right. And one thing which I like the idea of trying to put as little text as possible, because that's part of the beauty of what Hearthstone does. It has as fewer words as it can, so people aren't reading aren't over reading too much. It's like, give armor to that many defenders, done. So this is going to be add 1 ranger. Okay. And yeah, card type. It's going to be a recruitment card. It will be relevant later, sort of giving the cards types, because you might get a card that's going to be like draw 3 recruitment cards or something. Have I ever used scriptable objects? To be honest, that I don't actually know what that means. Is that like because I know what like object-orientated program is, where you put scripts onto objects, but I haven't actually heard of that per se. You might have to tell me a little bit about what it's about. I'm intrigued now. Oh, right, yeah, something that, yeah, again, I feel like there's like Unity has got so much like going on with it that it's like you can literally it's so sort of dynamic in that respect, and there's a bunch of things. It's like one thing which I would obviously say, if anyone was like if anyone was starting to use Unity the first time, I would say, you're going to see a bunch of this stuff, don't worry about it. Barely any of this. See all of this, don't worry about it, just ignore it. It's like like, there's so many things that like are quite overwhelming, and so I'm hearing scriptable objects. I haven't actually. No, it's a bit of a foreign concept to me. Right. So what I'm doing at the moment, I'm just setting all of the things so that we can actually just add this card to our hand, and hopefully I've just got to make sure that I've done all of the card cost ranger. Yeah, at the moment it costs 1, and now I'm just going to go to the card class and check we've actually done all of the important things. So that's okay. We set that at runtime. The mana cost we know is 1. The name is Ranger Recruit. Card sprite we've already set. Card type is recruitment, and card text is there. Now, with any luck, this is kind of going a little bit deep here. I think. Let's have a look. I think that's actually all the work we need to do so that we can have it a card. Oh, yes, I have. Sorry, yes, it lets you create the cards in the inspector without having to hard code it or read it from a file. I have heard of that. Does that essentially stop me having to go into having separate classes for everything? I remember someone telling me about that, and then I kind of forgot about it. I was thinking, yeah, that would be actually really useful. Oh man, that's actually like I'm not going to go into that today. But you know what? Actually, one thing which I've done, which is quite a again, it's another sort of old man thing, but on my wall I've got post-it notes of all the like things to do. So I'm actually going to write that down now and put it on. I know that sounds like sarcastic. It's just I'm genuinely excited because I got. It's like I know most people don't get excited about getting post-it notes, but I was like, yes, brilliant! All my plans have been solved. Yeah. Oh, brilliant! Yeah. This is awesome. Yeah. Learn scriptable. Yeah, but like objects. Yeah, that genuinely. Because this will probably save time. Because I did actually look into things, and I know Slay the Spire has roughly about 70 cards, like per class. Now, when it comes to this game, I haven't decided if I'm going to have different classes because I'm at a certain class, like or if it's just going to be one. I think I'm obviously going to start with one and then see if it makes sense. Like it's got like the fact that it's got at least like 70 means it like when I'm putting new cards in, it's going to take me it's going to take me quite a while to jump through all these hoops each time. But yeah, so learn scriptable objects. Yeah, I'm going to do that because I'm one of those people where kind of like when I hear something cool, I normally just go onto Google, have a search, and be like, oh yeah, oh that's awesome. I've been doing it this terrible way the whole time. But yeah, anyway, cheers, man. Yeah, sweet, right. Yeah, right. So, right, let's get back to it. Right. Okay. So we want to, when we're like, yeah, as I say, I'm sure we'll have some problems, but let's go have a look when we're adding the cards. Get rid of that. It's not here, is it? I think it's the deck script. Set up hand script. That's the one. Set up basic deck. Yeah, so what we want to do is just let's add, say, 10 of them or something. It's also like kind of as a little reflection when I'm actually thinking of mechanics. I've realised at the moment this metal wall, the one that creates that gives 10 things armour, I think that's a little bit too strong. So when I'm actually added enough cards. Yeah, when I've added enough cards and also introduced the like more enemy mechanics and stuff, and I've actually got a slightly more structured game, I'm going to sort of, I'm going to dabble. I'm actually going to try and balance a few things because at the moment I'm just trying to get things to do things, and then once I've got it there, the concept of balancing will be done a bit later. Right, add cards to deck. Okay. So we've just added 8. I'm like at the moment they do nothing. I just want to see if the card works in every sort of fashion, like without it actually doing anything yet. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. You know what? That's about as good as I was hoping for. That's great. Another thing, like I'm going to see how far I get with. Yeah, I like this. Yeah. So I think I actually have no idea what's going to happen. Oh right. Oh, it just does nothing. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. Yeah. So right. So we want to summon it, I think, from here to move over here. So let me just have a little look at the numbers. Now, does it make sense to keep everything attached to this army? So I think what we should do is, if you have rangers, it's going to have a main attack and then like plus however many rangers you've got. So it'll be like, say 10 attackers plus 4. Right, okay. So let's have a look. I probably... you know when you're like, oh no, I wanted to get the script from the thing, but I've already stopped the game. So let's go. I'm just going to click it again to find it. Okay. Oh yeah, I see. So we actually need to get the sprites as well, which I haven't actually dragged on, but I'll do that shortly. Okay. Right, I'll have to find it. It's here somewhere. Now, I've got to remember actually what size I actually had them originally. So yeah, we're just getting hold of the Ranger sprites. Yeah, green bean. So I've used the size 96 ones, that's fine. Attack, idle, move. Cool. So we're just getting the folders ready now, may as well. Yeah, another thing, I don't think I'll do it today, but I do need to actually get all the attack animations active, because they're there, they're ready to go, but I just haven't worked out a clean way of fitting it in. Yeah. Okay, cool. Right. There we are. So let's go get hold of these. I think it's 96 green bean. So I've actually, rather conveniently, I think it's actually these. The first 10 are idle, so I can actually just drag them straight in. Before I just dragged all of them and then did them one by one, but I'm actually going to just drag 10. That's the idle. And let me just have a quick look at something. That's, yeah, I think it is, yeah, and then the next, however many that is, I think that's the movement. Okay, sweet. One thing that occurs to me as well, I haven't actually done an arrow yet. I haven't done a sprite for an arrow, but they're going to be quite small, so I might just do a little blob and then worry about that later. Right, so what size have they all got to be? Let's go have a reference. Oh yeah, gets back to being full screen. 128 and all the other stuff. Okay. Yeah, I haven't bothered to put in the attack yet because I'm going to do that all in one go. Oh yeah, sorry, this is actually really useful as well. I want to highlight all of these sprites, but I've also got a folder, so if you highlight them all and then you just click there, it just defaults to highlighting all of those, which is pretty useful. Okay. So, yeah, brilliant. Right. So we now want to get access to all of these. Oh, we don't need armoured ones. For the time being, I'm not going to deal with armoured rangers. Like, so I'm still in a debate as to how rangers survive and stuff. No, no, we haven't. Like, I'm actually. That's going to be like. It's actually the last few days have been a little bit busy. But I'm actually looking forward to doing that. Unfortunately, like real life work, I've got some boring real life work things to do. So, but I do want to do that actually. I still want to have them slightly more like slightly crooked to have a real sort of like almost rejected looking tin of like beans and stuff, like the sort of can with it's slightly open and stuff. But no, at the moment we just got the standard houses. Right. Right. Oh yeah. Oh, it is actually pretty dark, isn't it? The only problem is I don't know if the light becomes too sort of glary. But let's have a look. I'll have a. Hold on. All right. It still looks quite dark, doesn't it? But that's a bit better, isn't it? Right. Oh yeah. Sorry. How are you doing there? You all right? I mean, okay, now, I've even had the... Oh, yeah, by the way, yes. Would you let your audience try and draw some graphics? Now, it's happened a few times in real life where what's happened is someone has... Oh, hello. How you doing? Yeah, rock and roll. Yeah. James Harry, thanks for the follow, man. Now, it's happened a few times in life, right, where someone, like when I've been at work, someone said, "Oh, Peter, how would you like the opportunity to do the da-da-da-da-da," right? And, like, the way they word it, they're like, "How would you like to become a team champion of something," right? And I'll be like, "Yeah, I want to be a team champion. That sounds brilliant. Oh, fantastic." And then you find out, you're like, well, it's kind of more extra work. It's kind of extra work, and I'm not actually getting paid any extra for it, right? So, Glisten, how would you like the opportunity to... Obviously, of course, that would be awesome if you'd want to draw stuff for it. That'd be way cool. But like, I don't want to word it in the way that it's like a how would you like the opportunity to, you know. But yeah, we'll actually like next time we meet up, we'll have a like talk and stuff. That'd be awesome. How would you like the opportunity to? No, just don't say that, because that means it's like how would you like the opportunity to do more work and not actually get any guaranteed money from it? Like, yeah. Right. So. So we're just getting the reference to the to our sprites. Now, for the time being, I'm just going to leave that just closed because we don't actually need any attack sprites. So, I think a lot of the code is going to be the same for moving the sprites. Yeah, for moving things from one place to another. So, yeah, we just got to find the routine and then just change a few of the variables. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you'd get all the exposure. Just think, look, I would be doing you such a good favour by giving you the opportunity to draw some sprites for me. Yes, yes, you nailed it on the head. I mean, like, I think the problem is I remember one time when someone actually said that when I was at work, and it was as if my brain clicked at some point. I said, are you giving me all this so? Like, you know, you've already used the word team champion, and I want to be a team champion, but it feels like I'm just going to be doing extra work and not getting any more money. Yep, that's it. It'll look great on your CV. Right. Create beans for army. Right. Okay. Now, we're going to do it in the proper professional way that most people should do it, and it's going to be official and great. We're going to copy and paste it and change some of the words. Like, my defence is... My defence for this behaviour is... Like, to actually have code consistent it is nice to actually have consistent code throughout, because I could just create a whole new bunch of code to move it, but then it might be doing, like, I don't remember exactly, you know, all of the code that I've done. So yeah, so I'm just going to sort of change it and have a look at this code and see what needs changing. Create ranger beans for army routine. Brilliant. Right. Attacker beans scripts. Oh, yes. Okay. Oh, okay. I had a bit of a heart attack there. Okay. All right. Sorry. Attacker bean scripts. Yes. Okay. That's fine. We just want a new list here. Ranger bean scripts. In my head, I was just worried I did a whole separate bit of code for each bean, but no, they're just generic bean. Oh yeah, yeah. So it dies of exposure. It's like, look at how much exposure I've had. This is brilliant. Like, I always, like, for everything, I always want to try and be honest in life. It's like, kind of, with a lot of things. I was a graphic designer years and years ago. People would often offer exposure in lieu of payment, and be surprised when cash was was a preferred currency. Yeah, it's like, oh no, trust me, exposure. I think it's the whole kind of like NHS getting paid via applause. It's like don't worry, you're doing a great job, guys. you rock, you really do. Yeah, trust me, we really think you're great. Okay, we're going to have Ranger Bean scripts. We can actually still add in attackers. We can still keep that boolean the same. That's just a boolean, yeah. So so we're creating a new Ranger Bean. Okay. So this, we're just going to change this. So there's obviously going to be move individual Ranger Bean. I might, yeah, at the moment it does look a little bit ugly. The fact that I'm just doing sort of similar code, but we'll stick with that. I might come up with a system, like a more global routine that's just where, like, instead of it being attached to this attack building, there will be like some sort of more like singleton-like script where it's just add a unit of some sort, and you've got to specify. Sorry, the more I actually say that, I think that's actually a good idea. I'm going to finish here, and then I might even make a big sort of global script, which is just a creating bean routine, a generic one that everything can follow. Hello, Sainsbury's. I don't have Visa or MasterCard, but I have some exposure, I've heard. Yeah. Amazon just announced they no longer accept Visa. Maybe they'll take. Yeah, yeah. It's like look at all of this stuff that I've done. Oh yeah. Oh, we come right in. We like that's better than payment. Right. So we've created a. Yeah. Okay. I will. Yeah. Sorry. You know when a big idea sort of sparks in your head. I like the idea of having a routine somewhere, like, you know, obviously I don't want to have like a bunch of singleton scripts, but like there could be just a creating bean script that like, yeah, I like it. Okay. I'm sorry, more like I'm talking out loud. But I think once I've done this, I'm going to have a look at it, and then I will have like one big global thing. My preferred currency would be graphics card. My goodness, they're difficult to get hold of. Yeah. Right. I don't know what I've just done there. I feel I've Oh, I think I see what I've done. Okay. Right, okay, I see what I've done. Sorry. I think I accidentally put it inside in the middle of a function. Okay. That's a bad idea. You don't introduce new functions within functions. Okay, right. Move individual ranger bean. But yeah, I think that's number of attackers in line. So a strategy that you're going to have with this game is if you, provided they never hit your base, so you could have like just a bunch of archers, slowly build up your archer base and just have like as big a wall of defense as you can. So it's all about trying to keep them from attacking your base and just surviving as long as possible. But obviously it's going to be a little bit it's going to be one of the hopefully many strategies that you can sort of form throughout this game. Number of yeah. Bean script does set sprites. Ranger idle. Ranger move sprites. Brilliant. Okay, so that local position will remain the same. It's still going to go from clear and sort of fade. Yep, that's still fine. All of this code is good. Row number is that's fine. So I'm just looking through all of the that's what we need to change. Sorry. Number of, let me rename that. Number of rangers. Number of rangers in line. Rangerers. Yeah, there we go. Sweet. So we're fading it. I think that's brilliant. Then this is still all fine. So yeah, I'm going to put all this together, and then I'm going to make a Big Daddy script that just moves. I wonder why that's giving me an error message. What's wrong with that? I might have. Ah, yep, I see what I've done. Okay. It's okay. I see where we're going wrong here, yeah. I know what I've done, sorry. I shouldn't have renamed it. Number of attackers in line. Yeah, sorry, I've just got to backtrack slightly. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't mean to rename that. Unfortunately, I accidentally renamed the attackers into Rangers, and that's not what I meant to do at all. So, hopefully this should... Okay, let me just double check that I haven't messed something up over here. Okay. I'm actually just going to do a bit of a Control Z, undo a few things, because we want this to be back to attackers. So, okay. Yes. Okay. I think we're fine. We're back in business. Yeah. Always be a bit careful when you're changing the changing a variable name. That was it's just my bad. Right, never mind. So, that's fine. We don't want that. We'll have a look in there. Ranger bean scripts. Yep, that's good. I should have just changed this. Yeah, I renamed it. I didn't mean to do that. Number of Rangers in line. I can rename this because this is just a temporary variable that occurs within here, and I don't need to rename it, but I think for clarity I will. This one's safe to rename. I just renamed a big old variable that changed a few things. Anyway, here we go. Right, back in business, don't worry. Nothing happened there, just skip. Yeah. Do you ever watch any video, right, and you see someone like this, right, and then it just suddenly does this as subtle a click as possible. It's from there to oh yeah, right. So so nothing's happened there, and you're like, okay, yeah, they edited that bit out. As it is, all of my videos, I don't actually do any editing. I just I think just see the whole process. It's it's fine. Right. Let's have a look. So, fade colour there. I'm actually just going to quickly check because I think I might have Control Z'd a bit too far, so that's still fine. That's still fine. We're still going to give it just the normal attacker attack sprites because it will. I think it might give me a hard time if I try and do this because we haven't actually got the attacker sprites, the Ranger attacker sprites. So I'm going to leave that there, but we'll change that. Right, okay. So I think we can get rid of this. And oh yeah, actually, I tell you what, while we're mid this, even though I've just doing all of this, I want to take a very quick detour and explain something quite important. Because there's something that I fixed offline. Oh, hey man, how you doing? Hey! Oh, wicked! I've got to learn how to actually pronounce that. Itchmagdoena. Yeah, nice to see you again, man. Yes, actually, you know what? Like that, I do. Oh yeah, a highlight compilation. I would. I think I've got to do that actually. Like just kind of like get all the best bits. You know, like I think when the attackers, when the enemy sort of attacks and everything, all the beans just suddenly spread out everywhere. I thought, oh yes, that was one of those cool like moments. Yeah, yeah. So, how would you like to like? So, I mean, like, yeah, because as it, yes, I think that would actually be cool to have a proper sort of highlight reel to make it look as though like, oh yeah, I've just done a bit of coding, and then it's like a from zero to the game being made in like half an hour. Just be like, yeah, well, I'm just that good, you know. And it will sort of talk about like it won't sort of discuss some of the grinds and some of the ongoing problems. You know, like some of the like you know these big debugs. It's like, why is this happening? It's just not happening. It's it's fine. Yeah, the YouTube highlight reel. Right. Oh yeah, that was it. I was going to explain something. Right. Go to definition. So what I've done. So this is a script that is called that I've called it the Aaron script. It's the thing that I use to animate all the sprites. It worked pretty well. The only problem that I sort of ran across was if you were doing something like, say, playing something, and then you had another bit of code for the same sprite renderer. That would then play another thing. Both the animations would try and happen at the same time, and it would look a bit rubbish. So I think there was a particular like afternoon that I was thinking, okay, we're going to try and work out how to fix this, because this is not a clean. This is going to require some sweat and everything. Anyway. I have a particular function here that's called cancel animation. Where it basically searches the current things that are, the current animations that are occurring, and makes it null. And when it's null, it will cancel it at that point, right? The reason, anyway, like I'd had this function was here the whole time, but I actually realised everything works a lot better if right at the beginning of each function I just cancel the current animation. So if it's not there, then it just won't do anything. And I was just like, just cancel it every time, and it's just worked. It's just swapped. Anyway, I need to explain that, because that's something which I forgot to explain last time. So my animators, I just basically made some mild improvements on my sprite animating script. Right. Okay, back to it. So. Oh, that's interesting as well. So we've got this here, which is another function which essentially cancels, like, because obviously you want them, when they're moving, you want them to do the walking animation, and then you cancel the animation with this. But now it actually does it automatically, so we don't need that. Yeah. Okay. Oh, where do we want to move it to? I don't know. So at the moment, it should just move it to where the attackers are. But we want to actually have a little play around, work out exactly where we're going to put it. So let's have a look. So I'm just going to create some defenders. It doesn't actually matter too much. So I want them about there. I want them to kind of, like, the reason I want them near this town heart is because I want people to get the idea that it's like, even though the Rangers are going to be pretty strong, they're really good units, you have got to keep your town heart protected. And eventually what I want to do is make it so that if the Town Heart gets damaged, it doesn't instantly kill all the Rangers. It just kills however much damage is dealt, which is going to be quite often all the Rangers. Because if, like, you do, you know, because Rangers are going to be hard to get hold of. So, right, let's go get a slightly more round number. Minus 3.5 and minus 1. I think that looks good. I think about there makes sense. So minus 3.5 and 1. Oh, just checking my head isn't covered. Yeah, okay, cool. Right, we're in business. I was just double checking that we're still in the Ranger routine. It's happened far too many times when I've just done all the editing in the wrong one, and it is just a pain. So minus 3.5 and can't remember what did I say. Minus 1. Okay. So I think we've got it all in action. Update. Oh, add attack. Oh yeah, we still need this function here as well. So let's just do a Ranger version of this. Now, create Ranger beans for army. So yeah, there's a good chance. Yeah, Ranger beans for army. Oh yes. So how am I going to change this? Yeah, this just requires just a little bit of thought. So just going to come back to that. I think, as you know, it is just, yeah, so all we've got to do is just work out yeah, so we're going to have set attack total. I'm going to have here public int Ranger attack total, because I do want them to be separate. I don't want it to be like well, you've got 3 normal attackers and 2 Rangers, therefore you've got 7 attack. I really want to kind of emphasise that it's 5 plus 2. So yeah, let's have a look. So we can rename that one to range attack to add. Ranger attack, yeah, sure. I know it technically is fine to put range because they're attacking at range, but so let's have a look at this one. So set Ranger attack total. think it might make sense to just have two separate texts. I'm not going to for the time being. But that might make sense somewhere down the line. Now here's where it gets a little bit interesting. So it's attack total to string plus, hold on, plus, now we're actually doing the code to okay. String. Okay, so what have I just done here? So we're actually looking to set the Ranger total. Yeah. Oh, actually, do we actually even need to end the line? Maybe we don't. Let's see if that gets in the way of other stuff. And I want to have a check here. So when we're setting the attack total, something like if Ranger attack total is greater than 0, then we do something like that. Else, we're just setting this one here. So yeah. So ideally, the purpose of all this is to make sure when you have Rangers, it's going to say like plus 5 Rangers, or whatever. But if you've only got regular attackers, then it's then we won't show you that you've got 0 Rangers. So I think that should be okay. So, create Rangers for army, range attack. So now we've got to go set Ranger attack total to it occurs to me as well, hold on, unless I'm mistaken. We've actually set, I mean, it doesn't matter, we don't actually need this code because in theory we've set it anyway. There's actually quite a lot of excess code that I've got here that I don't need. It won't matter, but I'm gonna do a bit of a shaving sort of process. Why did I do that? There's got to be a good reason. Why would I have set the attack total? Let me just find all references. Oh, okay. Okay, alright, I think I see why. That's fine. I definitely don't need it for this one anyway. Let's try and clean a few things up. Get rid of that. We've got, so add Rangers. Yeah. Yeah, like I say, I think there's a bit of extra stuff, so we don't need that. And I actually still want to put the same code that I have for set attack total. I still want to have this bit of code still there, just in case for whatever reason you do set the Rangers, attack. Yeah. Right. So that's good. Okay. Now, what would make a lot of logical sense is I've got a bit of an input here saying if you press E, then it adds attack. I could just change this bit of code here to say add Ranger. But we like to keep as many of these inputs as possible, so we devour the entire keyboard eventually with various different things, because that's way more fun. So, right, if... Now, what letter were we up to? I genuinely can't remember. Input dot get key down. I think it might be H. Okay. There we go. Right. Let's just say 2. Right. Yeah, that's a good point. A reference. It's like, what do all the letters do? Because I know that I have actually had a few overlaps. I did have it where one button did... I think one button summoned the little map at the top, and another button... anyway, I think we're there, though. Yeah, another button did something that I was trying to test, and I couldn't work out why it was continuously summoning the board, and, like, there was just loads... Anyway, right, and I think I haven't fixed that as well. So whenever I'm trying to test out one thing, I'm just going to create another map at the top. Right, anyway, right. So, let's see if this works. Okay, it's always a good start. No error messages so far. H. Okay. You're right. Let's see if this works. Oh, of course. They're moving backwards. Oh, that seems a bit low. I must have got the Y coordinate wrong. I wonder why they're there. Oh, hold on. How did I get all the numbers wrong? Oh, yes, it's because it was working on the local. Yeah, everything's fine. Everything's fine. We just got to change some of the numbers. Yeah, that's all right. That's fine. Minus 4.5, and what does 0 do? No, maybe 0 actually makes sense, yeah. So, I think there. So, minus 4.5 and 0. Yeah, that's clearly far too big, isn't it? Yeah, that... I made a terrible judgment call there. So, first of all, let me just remember what this number is. Minus 4.5 and 0. So when we're moving individual... So I'm just looking for where the creating Ranger beam, that's it. Here. Zero. Okay, so let's just check they're moving in the correct place. I don't know how committed I'm going to be to this whole every single button on the keyboard does something, because I think by the time the game is made, I will have covered all of the... Oh no, we've got numbers. Okay, we've got numbers. Okay, but I still worry that I'm still going to have covered every single key on the keyboard. and I'll see how committed I am to actually just be like, just get rid of them. Okay, right. So adding a ranger will be, yeah. So at the moment, it's doing exactly what I wanted it to do. I want to check that the rows still work. So we're adding 2. Yeah. Okay. I probably need to flip the. Yeah, so I think the only slight problem is because of how I've drawn it. If I were to flip it along the x-axis, it actually faces the wrong way. So there's no easy way of dealing with this. So I'm just going to leave that for the time being. That's more of a thing. Right, okay. As we've probably slightly discovered, this is far too big. Attack text. Yeah, that's a bit big. What if I changed it to... You know what, on reflection, I'm looking, I think we just want that as a small one, because we've also got the armoured text, which is going to be like here. So I think, no, we can actually make life a bit easier on ourselves, really. We'll add an extra text, which will be the same size as this armour text, that will be for rangers. So it's going to be in small, like +4 or whatever. Yeah. So let's go get hold of the prefab. So this will just take it won't take too long, but I think so if we have armored text over here, there's oh yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, ranger text. So that's currently -3.5. There. I quite like that, so it's directly under. I think that should be fine. Let's see if we can get a 1.1. Yeah, let's give that a try. I probably need to make this go in front of the sword, because at the moment the ordering layer is behind the sword. 1.1, so that's okay. Right, we just need to get access to this new text, this new ranger text that we've made, and make all the correct changes. Okay. So, armor text mesh. Oh, of course, yeah, because the actual main text mesh is... Yeah, anyway, that's fine. Right. Oh yes! Oh wow! Shift and Control. Is it actually does using the key code work like that? So it's like holding Control. Oh yes. Okay. A whole new league of different things. Okay, brilliant. Okay, we've got a good. Considering there's numbers and everything and like semicolons, we've got a good 120 different like functions we could use as far as an input. Right. Oh, what's... Oh, haven't done that. I did the wrong bracket. Okay. So I'll have to configure a bit of the code as well. So yeah, this is just a matter of making sure we've got access to our Ranger text. So the reason that we know that it's 2 in the array is because of... Hold on. Sorry. Because this took me a little while to work out, even though it's kind of obvious. The reason that we know we're referring to number 2 is because literally it's just the order that it is here. That's why it's important that Ranger text is like underneath armored text, so we know that it's number 2. Okay, so we've done that. We just need to change. We just need to uncomplicate a few things. So that's, yeah, we can just get rid of all that then. So if Ranger total is greater than 0, then we add it to as... I still want the plus, so plus Ranger attack, else it just equals nothing. Okay. Okay. Let's have a look. Although that should be 0 to begin with, I believe. I mean, that not 0, that should just be nothing. And I think that needs to be nothing as well. Okay. Changed the wrong thing. I see what I've done there. Okay. Let's give that a try. Oh yeah, the sword is clearly getting in the way. Let's go find out what the order of the... this is number 1, so let's just make it number 2. Let's make it just in front. For consistency, I probably should get the armor in front as well. So yeah, we can do that. So let's just do it underneath here. So yeah, we're just essentially, the sword is getting in the way of the text. So I'm just like essentially, by changing the sorting order, it puts it in front. Cool, let's just give that a quick test. And actually, just while it's booting up, I want to quickly check something as well. So, E, P, and H. So I just want to check all the numbers are working. So, E summons some attackers, brilliant. P converts 3 of them into armor, and H... Oh, it still actually boinks that one. Okay. Yeah, okay. So we're still actually boinking this text. I don't think that should be too hard to change. Yeah, that's fine there. Okay. Right, now we've got the tricky bit of actually getting the archers to attack. So what we're going to do is... sorry, the reason I'm pressing play again is I kind of want to sort of visualise. So I'm going to have it so that when they attack and the enemy hasn't arrived on the board yet, there's going to be a sort of projectile that fires from here and just kind of goes over and damages the enemy. So it's going to have two separate bits of code. So it's going to be either there, or when they've arrived, it's then just going to go from them firing straight to the enemy monster. So let's do that. Because yeah, I do like the idea of you being able to damage the enemy before it actually arrives. Okay. Right. Might need to hit a coffee, but oh yes, I've got a cold coffee. I mean, not actually cold, one that's like designed right, designed that way. Cool. So how are we going to do that? First of all, I think we need to have a look at the combat script. Oh no, actually, first of all, we want to make the card actually do something, which should be okay. So card action script edit. Okay. Right. Okay, sorry, just getting my coffee prepared. My sort of lazy man's coffee. Okay. So card action script. So card class, card level. Yeah. So actually, I'll tell you what, I'm going to put it on my important post-it list. I'm going to have to eventually do something about this script, because this will eventually become a ridiculously enormous script that will consume all of life as we know it. Obviously, that's a slight exaggeration, but I need a good method, and I think I know how I'm going to do it. But yeah, I'll make I need a good method that essentially doesn't mean we have everything in one massive humongous script, because this is already quite big and it will only ever get bigger unless I do something about it. So for the time being, I'm going to do nothing about it, and we're just going to make it bigger. But I am aware that it will kind of oh yeah, sorry. You know how Magic the Gathering cards have that crazy good artwork? Would be hilarious to have incredibly detailed artwork on the cards, contrasting with them. Yeah. Well, I think the so when I was working with, in fact, he's actually. I would love to actually give a link in the chat. There's a particular guy who does actually does some streaming for game development, who's an artist. He's incredibly good. But he does game development as well. It's just when I worked with him, every now, he would do all the artwork, I would do all the programming. But sometimes I'd be like, oh, I actually just need a sort of token sort of image just to put here, and it would be so obvious. Like, it doesn't matter how well I draw it, it'd be so obvious when he's got all this absolutely incredibly good looking like artwork, and then you'd see this picture of like an arrow or something and be like, that was your work, wasn't it? You know. Yeah. Yeah, he's been yeah, he's actually really busy like lately. He's kind of making games and stuff and doing talks. He's cool guy. Yeah, it's like Game Dev London. I'm trying to think if I can put a link on. Yeah, I'll see if I can leave that in the what I'll do is I'll leave it in like YouTube video or something, because yeah, it's just like, yeah, as I say, really, really cool guy. And it's just so funny how you could easily tell the difference between when I drew something and when he did that. Yeah, Stu. Yeah. Yeah, he's a good lad. He's got his own Twitch stream, but it's Game Dev London, so it's not only just him that does it. It's like it's a bit bigger. Yeah. There's multiple people, but he's one of the people that goes on it. He's doing Vox art, which is like properly sort of pixely stuff, and it looks insane. It's one of those things where whenever I'm seeing him drawing, I'm like, I wish I could draw that well. You know. Anyway, right, okay. Back to the matter at hand. So we're gonna have a look at this. Ranger's routine, number of keep writing Rangerers. Oh, that still is oh, I think it's that simple. Okay. Fine. Nah, no problem. I don't know. You know, normally when I'm copying and pasting and trying to change a few things, I think that's all we actually need to change. So anyway, I'll explain what I'm doing. This is basically in the card action script. This is the routine that we do to add the attackers. So what it's doing is it's calling the attack building script, telling it to add attack, and then it's basically waiting here until it's done, and then the internal busy is then going to be false. So yeah, and like I just thought there was going to be a bit more to it, but that's fine. Okay, so form card action routine. Okay. Summon Ranger. Yeah, one thing which I probably should make a point of is I have so many times where I get the summon and create. I just kind of fit them. There's no consistency. Sometimes I have summon, sometimes I have create. I probably need to actually just pick one word and just use that for everything. One. Okay. Because yeah, I like the idea that I know that when I play Slay the Spire, my favourite build is having using the silent and having a poison build. I love that build so much that I will always try and force that build. But I like what I'm trying to do here is I want to have like this is going to be a type of deck that you can go for will be a sort of ranger deck. But obviously you can't just have rangers and hope they work out for the best, because they become quite inefficient if they're continuously hitting the base. Okay. Is that all the code that we need to do? I think that's it. So let's see if the card actually activates. Okay, good. I was worried there was going to be that statistical chance of no rangers equipping. Right, okay, is this going to work? Come on. Right. Big talk, come on. Yes, that is what I wanted to happen. Brilliant. Yeah, nice. Right, cool. I'm happy with that. Oh, by the way, sorry, I'm going to say this out loud, and it's something that I might even add to the list. Sorry, when we are... The reason that I can't turn this around to like face the other way to walk around, because obviously visually it looked better, because obviously that means anytime you're summoning a ranger, they just walk backwards. Oh, yes, right. The flat answer is yes. Gliss, that is actually what I'm going to do. Right. Admittedly, it was going to sound yes. Okay, I love it. Yes. So it's like I want to have something that adds, say, 50% extra attackers or something. But it's going to be an expensive card, so kind of like you ideally want to have a bit of an army, and it's going to use most of your turn to do that. But yes, I like that as an idea. Because I tell you what, right? Sorry, this is just as a little, like, this is kind of as in something future to look forward to. Another big thing which I'm going to have is something called constructs, which are going to be like more little buildings that you create that give you sort of little powers throughout like the rest of the fight, and they remain there like forever for the rest of the fight. And one of the things which, again, I'm so looking forward to doing this because I think it's going to be brilliant. I want to have one of these sort of powers to be called Defense Crypt. Defense Crypt, yeah. So it's going to be a little building, which means whenever a Defender Bean dies, right? Whenever 2 Defender Beans dies, you get a new unit, which is going to be a sort of like a skeleton-like version, which is going to go in front of even the armoured ones, right? So it's just going to summon sort of straight away. So for the next round, you've got these skeleton Defender Beans. But the thing is they're going to be quite weak in that if they're not all used up at the end of each round, they just die anyway. So they literally are only there for one turn. But it just means you've got another sort of line of defence. Yeah, I'm looking forward. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to doing that actually, and sort of because there's going to be a sort of skeleton version. Haven't worked out how I'm going to draw a skeletal version of these beans, but when it's like I've got so many cool ideas. But yeah, I do like the idea of something that doubles. Anyway, right, okay, so the card works, brilliant, and let me just now, okay. I apologise in advance if this crashes everything. I just want to test something. Ah, okay. Did I just do that in the wrong order, or did that... Yeah, because what should have happened is... let me just test something. Sorry. Ah. Okay. Yes, don't worry. Don't worry. Yeah, that's something which I'm going to fix off. Sorry. Okay, right. This is probably a good time for me to actually have a small little intermission. In fact, what we'll do is like I could just do the So I just wanted to have a look at the desktop just to check the desktop was still there, and I'm going to. No, that's okay. This is an issue which I'm going to kind of sit down off stream and have a good sort of hard look as to why that happens, because the thing that is properly baffling. Right, okay, so you like I say, everything's working like normal, everything's fine. The thing that confuses me is the fact that it actually crashes. It doesn't just give you an error message, it crashes something. So like I'm looking forward to actually kind of getting to the nitty gritty to try and fix that. Anyway, we're back on board. Don't worry about that, everything's fine. Yeah, nothing's gone wrong at all. But yeah, I'm going to actually have that's going to be one of those sort of days where I'm just going to kind of stare at it for a while, try and work out what's wrong. Right, but that's only when you're trying to do multiple cards at once. So, right, so now we want to get the Rangers to do their thing. Right. Okay, combat script. Let's go close everything else. Close all but this. Oh, yeah, okay. I think I'm jumping the gun slightly. We need to actually make the order first. And I've just closed all the scripts that I need. So yeah, we actually need to make it work in the attacker building script first. So let's close all this. This is quite a big script in and of itself, isn't it? We're up to like 500 lines. Never mind. Make attackers attack routine. I'm not going to copy and paste this because there's too many things that are different. But I will have it just... I'm going to sort of refer back to it. Right. So, let's go... Yes, right. Yeah, co-routines. As everyone knows, my favourite thing is co-routines. We're going to... private. So this is going to be the enumerator make Rangers attack routine. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to do the classic. Busy equals true, busy equals false. And now we're going to do we're going to do some comments, and we're just going to go through each bit by bit, to work out what we're actually doing. So, straight off the bat, we're going to have check if the monster has arrived if it hasn't, do the long range attack on the top map. Otherwise, do the short range attack. Okay. Make the Rangers fire a projectile towards the monster. And let me just have a quick look at this as well. Let's try and work out everything that we're doing. Because I'm trying to work out if we're actually dealing damage to the monster in this code, or if it's actually done elsewhere. It's not. So we're doing all of the animation there, and then the monster's taking the damage afterwards, which is completely fine. So, yep, okay, that's good. Let's get rid of this. Yeah. Okay. Just so we don't get an error message, I'm just going to put a yield return null. Okay. I'm just sort of staring at that. I'm thinking, is that all we need to do? And we'll deal the damage. We'll get the monster to take damage in the code. So, combat script. So we might even have a separate routine, which is going to be outside combat routine. But for the time being, we're not going to bother with that. We're going to just have we're just going to deal with when them attacking when the enemy's there. Oh yeah, hold on. Yeah, we're going to have a separate. We're going to just deal with when the Rangers are actually, when the monster's on there, and then worry about the other code afterwards. So, we probably want... that's fine. We need game object here. We're going to have... I'm just going to call it projectile. Okay. Right. Rock and roll. Okay. So, our projectile is going to be something incredibly clever. It's going to be the most amazing. I haven't done one. I haven't done an arrow yet. So, what we're going to do for simplicity, I'm going to make the projectile the. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to make a. There's a little blob that I seem to be overutilizing here. I'm just going to have this as the projectile. That's probably a bit big, so we're going to make it a bit smaller. We just have it say 0.2. That's probably a bit too small now. Let's go 0.4. Okay. I'm just going to have it called projectile. Oh damn! Well, I don't know what to put it under. we'll put it under, I think bean stuff. Yeah, projectile. Okay, now this isn't going to actually have any code. It's going to have one bit of code, which is just going to be saying get the transform. So feels a bit inefficient, but I think that's still fine. Oh no. So this is actually a good learning curve here. Whenever you're creating a new script, right, I've accidentally clicked off of it when I've created it. Now, what you'd be thinking, oh, I could just put, I can just change the name here, which you can do, right? Projectile script, right? Don't ever do that. That's a terrible idea, because what happens is, we should get an error message any minute. All right, we didn't, but essentially the actual script, it doesn't change the name there. So what we actually have to do is open it up and then just change this here. Okay, and we are literally going to have one function, which is public void get trans return get component transform, and that's it. I don't want to try, like, we're going to actually do everything. We're going to manipulate what it does. Oh yeah. Yeah. And I'm going to make sure I attach it. It feels inefficient, but this does give me freedom to actually have more stuff that I would want to do, like for the projectiles, like later. So it's like, even though this looks like a why, you can just get the component. You can just create an empty thing and get the component. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Right. Okay. This way, you know, we've always got a script now that we can do stuff to it, because I like the idea of it being like a trail or something. Oh, really? Oh, nice. Okay. Oh, fantastic. Ah, yes. I mean, this is absolutely incredible, man. I really appreciate this. Oh, fantastic. Now, if I was actually slightly more Twitch savvy, I'd be able to have a look at it, like on the stream. But what I think is probably better is yes, this is so cool. Yes, yeah. But what I think is better is, like, I'm going to actually introduce it in, like actually, I don't know. I don't know if that is sarcasm. I think. Right, let's see if I... right, it's just... yeah, it looks like it's coming up right now. Yes! Oh my gosh! Okay, that is absolutely awesome. I mean, like, I genuinely, I can, even though that's a hand-drawn thing, that's much better than anything that I could do. So it's like yeah. Okay, so I'm trying to describe what I'm seeing here. It's a really cool-looking spiky raccoon with his tongue sticking out, and he's slobbering slightly. It looks awesome. Like, if we can, like, actually, this is something that's interesting. I use to draw everything. I use Aceprite, which is basically the best thing to have. Is one of the best tools to draw, like, pixelated things. Like, I at some point, like, yeah, like I say, sorry, I'm just, yeah, thanks, man. That looks really cool. Oh. But yeah, oh, cool, yeah. Right, anyway, right, where were we? So we were, so we created the projectile. Tech building script. We need to get hold of this projectile. Okay, there we are. So. Right. Oh yeah, it's also one thing that took me a while to work out. So the way that I'm actually always getting hold of these is I press right mouse button and then I go copy path, right? So that essentially tells me the whole like path, which I'll show you here, like to get to this particular thing. Now we always get rid of whatever this dot prefab is, and we just delete assets and resources, and that basically just gives you a direct route to get to the projectile game object. Right. Okay. So. Oh yeah, okay. No, as a let's for the time being, because we need access to the end turn thing to work out whether it's actually arrived or not. But let's work under the assumption that it has arrived. So, okay. So that's fine. We're gonna do all that. Right, otherwise do the short range attack. Okay, so private I enumerator, make individual ranger attack routine. Okay, so here's where I'm going to do so. That's it. We're actually going to have number of beans moving as well. Number of beans attacking. That's fine. And now, okay, cool. So we don't need that anymore. Okay, so what am I doing here? So I'm going to make a routine where the individual where the ranger sort of fires a projectile from itself to then fire over at the enemy. And it's gonna fire like quite quickly. So how are we going to do this? So transform projectile trans equals instantiate we also want to have the bean script as well. There we go. So what we're actually doing, component, sorry, let me just write all this down. Okay, So our first thing that we're doing is we're creating a projectile, and we're making the projectile a child of the bean itself. You don't actually need to do that. The only reason I do that is because it's easier at this point to just have projectile trans dot local position equals vector3.0. What that's basically saying is it's going to create a project. It's going to create one of these little blobs, and then it's immediately going to be at the kind of like at the exact position of where the actual beam that's firing is. Right, so we've created it there now. And we actually want to just want to have a quick look at something. Yeah, because we need to then know where to fire the projectile, which will be okay. Right, we don't need that. So yeah, actually, this is another thing. I always leave I'm losing 1/3 of the screen to something that I don't need. So I just need to work out how we dealt with dealing with the vector. Make individual attack. Oh, we just had it. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, okay. So we're going to add another argument, which is going to be the monster deck. Right. So int chum equals mover dot instance dot. We're going to move to point bouncy. Bounce Y, sorry. I call it bounce, yeah, because it looks like it's bouncy, but what it's doing is essentially when I'm moving to a point bounce Y, it's moving from one place to another, but sort of curving up by a certain amount. So what are we moving? We're moving the projectile trans. Where do we want to move it to? We want to have it monster vec plus, and we want to have a little bit of randomness so they don't all arrive at the exact same spot. So new vector 3 random dot range between minus 0.25 how long is it going to take? I'm going to say 0.75 seconds, and then we'll see if that looks too slow or too rubbish, and we can always change it. And how much do we want it to bounce? Oh no, actually it should be a random amount as well, because I like the idea of if you've got loads of archers, they're all firing, but it's not a consistent. It's looking slightly more like a real a real thing where they arrive at slightly different times. So let's have one thing, incidentally, one thing that I remember when I was a lot younger, and obviously we have various different, one thing which literally kept me up at night when I was younger was, how do computers come up with random numbers? And I know you're thinking, what? why would that thing? What about like? There's got to be bigger problems you need to worry about. No, that was my big. I lost sleep. I was thinking, how can you come up with a random number? I know how humans can come up with random numbers, but how do you get a computer to do it? And then I learnt, and it turns out that with every bit of hold on, So let's just do that. There is actually it goes off the number of something like milliseconds that have ever occurred in the universe, and it has a random number that sort of bounces off of that. It's a bit more confusing. I'm probably making it sound more confusing than it actually is. I think that looks good. Okay, so that moves over like that, and then we want to destroy it as well. Right. There we go. Right. There's also different random number generators. Most will just take a seed, yeah, that's it, and do some operations that produce different numbers in a sequence. Yes, yeah, because I think when I was learning like 101, like obviously with Unity it creates a seed automatically. I think it creates it at runtime or something. But if you don't, then all the random numbers, they won't be random at all. They'll be fixed numbers that come out each time. Yeah, that always like sort of confused me. And I was thinking like it's one of those sort of phenomenons that they all these numbers are as random as they ever reasonably need to be, but it is actually almost impossible to come up with like a genuine, true random number. But it's as random as it could ever need to be. It's like I'm not going to lose too much sleep over that. I was like, to reproduce the random numbers. Yeah, yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. So I think there is a bit of code where you can actually set it so there is no random numbers, or yeah, so that it doesn't set a seed right at the beginning. So all of the randomness. So for example, whatever. Like the number, the particular cards I draw at the beginning of each turn, when I turn it on, would be exactly the same every time. But that wouldn't be fun. Right. Okay. So. So yeah, at the moment this is going to be, yeah. So this is, yeah, it's not going to look super elegant. It's just going to have little things going over. I will eventually want the archers to have a proper sort of pulling back and firing an arrow, but at the moment they're just going to have a blob that's coming from them and moving over to the enemy. So for right. Ranger Bean scripts. Oh. Oh yeah, it's also another like useful thing. With the I use I'm using lists here. Lists are so much easier to use, like so much more easier to use when you want to add and subtract different things. In old code, I didn't even know lists existed, so whenever I needed to add something to an array, I would essentially have this whole function where I create a whole new array, then get another array to hold on to the old values, then with the new one I would then create it, making it one bigger, and then it would just be an absolute nightmare. But it was, it was just this big chunk of code that you had to do every time you had to add or remove it, whereas this makes it a lot easier. Right, so Make individual ranger attack routine. Bean script. Monster Vec. Right, where are we up to? Oh yeah, it's not bean scripts, is it? I'm just ranger bean scripts. I. Time equals 0. So yeah. So what I'm doing here is I'm essentially okay. Is that all we need to do? So this is purely dealing with when the when the rangers have actually like when the monsters already arrived, and I think this is all we need for the time being. Let me just see. I'm going to have a look at what we've done. Yeah, I think this is fine. So we actually have this before the monster actually attacks, because that's so rangers are going to be really useful. So attack building script dot what did I actually call the function? Oh, yeah, we've actually got to make it we've got to make a function to call it. So sorry, public. I got too excited. I was like, just make the routine straight away. I just kind of zero on it. Make rangers attack. Okay. Okay. Oh right, yeah, it does the same. Yeah, I just wanted to check. It is literally just making it attack. Yeah, I've noticed this is just through trial and error. It is a lot better to whenever you're making a coroutine to use code within like. So when I've got here, I don't want to start the coroutine from here. I want to start a function which then starts the coroutine within this code. So oh yeah. Yeah, that's it. So yeah, int number of rangers equals attack building script dot ranger attack total. Oh yes, that's a really good point. We're going to use this bit of code here. Sorry. So this is the function which actually gets gets access to the attack building script. This would give me a problem otherwise. So yeah, as long as we've got that one first, that should be no problem. Okay. Number of ranges. Oh yeah, so and now how do we get hold of the monster Vec? Oh yeah, it's just that, isn't it? Okay. So we're doing that, and then we're just waiting for it to be finished. So attack building script dot busy. There is an argument that you kind of want to. Oh yeah, so we're waiting for that to be busy, and then we want the monster to take damage as well. So how do we do that? So monster script dot take damage. That'll be number of ranges. And now here's a big thing that if number of ranges is greater than 0, so it's going to skip all this code if we don't have any ranges. Okay. Right, so at the moment, we'll have to wait till we'll have to actually have a quick skip through, make as many ranges as we can, and see if that does all the things that we want it to do. Oh yeah, sorry, I've been yeah, I've been like slightly drifting away there. I apologise. You know, when you're sort of focusing, you're thinking, where is it that we're going again? What the right? Okay, so that's good there. Yeah, we've created that there. It's still waiting for the number of beans attacking. That should be okay. So at the moment, like I say, it's not. It's only going to do it when the big monster arrives. Okay, we can get rid of that. No error messages, which is a good start. So let's go make as many of these as we can. Yeah, I'm still waiting between like not doing loads of cards at once, purely because I just haven't quite fixed that. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah, I think yeah, because I still like what we did like last episode in getting all of this, but it's still not quite. Right. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's just shuffling the cards back in. Right. The moment of truth. So, let's. Yeah. Okay. Right. Let's just go for it. Good. I had a feeling like, you know what, sometimes things just work, but like let's have a look. Huh. Now that's weird. Ah, yes. Okay, good. We've got a right. Okay, I'm kind of desperate to go to the toilet. I mean bathroom, I should say. Okay, right. we've got a fun mystery to work out why when we come back. So for some reason, this is getting the script, and that should just set the script, right? But for some reason, it's not. It hasn't got hold of the script at this point, and I'm really looking forward to. I'm going to do some good diagnosis. I'll be back in about 5-ish mins, and we'll work it out. We'll work out why this is getting it and this isn't. But it'll be exciting. Right? Okay. I'll keep the music rolling, and I'll be right back. Right, wicked. That wasn't bad. I made a coffee as well. That's yeah. Right, sweet. Okay. And I've realised that I've already got far too much caffeine in my system, so I'm going for decaf. Some people say, what's the purpose? What purpose does decaf coffee? It's when you want to have a coffee, but you can't have caffeine. It's anyway, right. Yes. So this, I'm genuinely intrigued. Why did it not? I mean, I can always just do. Okay, so I'm just going to have here debug.log attack building script is equal to null. Right, so what I'm doing here, oh yeah, the gutting thing, the annoying thing is I will have to just cycle through each time to test it. So I'm going to test multiple things at once. So I'm first of all going to check to see if the attack building script at this point is equal to null, because it really shouldn't be, because this code here makes sure that you get hold of the attack building script, because it's basically looking for it everywhere, and then it's setting it. So why it wasn't able to oh, hang on a sec. Yeah, okay, it's alright, worked it out. It's alright, boys, got it, everything was fine. Everything's fine. I know what the problem is. It's none of this. It's trying to get the monster script, and we haven't set it yet. Yeah, okay. So what we can do here is we can actually set this back. Yeah. Yeah, it's this one. This is the problem. Yeah, okay, that's good. Alright, we just got to work out a good, efficient way of doing this. How does it actually get hold of the monster script in the first place? Oh, get monster script. So when are we calling this? Ah, okay. So what we could actually do here is right at the top before anything, we can just simply get the monster script, right? So this is just making sure that the monster script is got, and then we can turn this. The reason I don't want to use this script too much is because it's expensive-ish. It's something that we don't want to make a habit of, just because getting monster, because we're using the find object of type. That's quite expensive processor-wise, because it's essentially searching everything in the game to look for it. So it's fine if you do it once, but you don't want to make a habit of it. So right at the beginning, we're just going to set this monster script up, and then this should all work. Yeah, that was lucky, actually. I'm glad I found that. That could have taken me a while to actually work out. Okay. Okay, right, this time. Oh yeah, I just thought I'm going to change the scheduling and stuff. There's a good chance that on the Saturday coming, I might be a little bit late, because I've got to do a boring work thing. I mean, it's, yeah, I think anything that isn't to do with coding or game development, I consider boring. Obviously, It's probably quite an interesting thing, but I'm like, is it to do with making computer games? Nope. Therefore, it's boring. Right. Okay. Right. Big talk. Okay. Is it going to work? Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Right. Big money. Big money. Oh, we don't even. I think the projectiles might be really big. Anyway. Yes. Okay. It worked. It's fine. Brilliant. Okay. So we've also got to make sure that that actually works pretty well. It worked as well as I could have hoped. Fantastic. Right. Let's just have another. We can have another look because at the moment the monster isn't actually destroying all of these because I just haven't done that yet. One thing that we could do is just make the projectiles in front of projectiles go in front of the screen because at the moment they're actually because of the order in layer they're going behind these buildings. So I'm just going to make it say 5, I think 5 or 10 or something. Let's go make it 20. Right, so make these projectiles order in layer 20 so they're in front of everything. I'm just going to have another quick look. Yeah, okay, I like it. That's exactly what I was going for, so I'm fine with that. Right. Okay. Oh, yeah. So what I also want to do as well is kind of rather typically, whenever anything takes damage, whenever the monster takes damage, I want to have a big sort of like a sort of explosion where you see like 3 or 10 or whatever it is. That might be my plan for next stream. But we'll see. Right, so we've done that. That's good. I'm happy with that. Let's go make the projectiles slightly more in front. So let's go make it 20. That just means that they're not going to be hiding behind anything. But that is, like I say, it's not like super visually impressive at the moment. But it's done the thing that I want it to do. So, so that's good. Okay, so next up we are going to. We're going to make the Rangers attack. So we've actually got a few things that we're looking to do here. Because we want to make sure they're attacking every turn. So, toilet stream. Because I notice whenever I'm watching other streamers, they always say, I just need to go to the bathroom, right? And and I'm trying to get myself into the habit of saying that, but yeah, right. So we've got the combat routine. Maybe we could have a separate routine, which is called off combat. Yeah. Oh yeah, probably shouldn't have it there though. Yeah. Because, yeah, part of me was thinking in here we could have a big if statement, like if the enemy has arrived, then do all of this. If not, do something else. But I think I prefer having a separate thing for off combat. Begin off combat. Yeah. So this is going to be all the combat that occurs before the actual enemy has arrived. The reason I kind of... This isn't just going to be getting Rangers to attack, because there will be... there's going to be a concept of like some enemies being able to attack a small amount. Yeah. No, it's a good argument. Yeah. Right, so off combat routine. Oh yeah, of course. Let's just stop there being an error message by just putting this. Now, this is something that's very interesting. Oh yeah, no, okay, no, fair enough. Because I think there is a way of just, yeah, like this is basically just saying wait 1 tick when we have yield return null. But you can have numbers, you can have it like wait for a certain number of frames, but I just don't bother. I think I just leave that off. But there is, you know, something to consider. Anyway, right. So I think now that we've actually done all of this, we've got the make ranges attack routine. Maybe we should have a Boolean here. Off combat equals false. So what we're doing here is when it's doing this routine, it's assuming that it's on combat, so we don't need to put any argument there. But on the times that it's sorry, when I say on and off combat, I mean on combat is when the monster's actually arrived, and off combat. Oh, sorry, I have a work emergency. Yeah, no worries, man. It's way awesome to yeah, it's way awesome having you around, man. Yeah, I hope everything's all right. So yeah, we've got off combat. So yeah, we'll do this for on combat. So let's just go if off combat, do something. Otherwise, we're going to do this. So how is the make individual, how is this going to change? So, oh yeah, this we actually want to have at the top here. Okay. So we need a, we're going to have a routine similar to this. Make individual ranger attack off yeah, off combat. Now we could actually get a sort of hypothetical monster vec here. Yeah, I quite like that. Because what we also want to do is so I think all of this is still kind of the same. I think the time that it should take is about twice as long. So let's just say 1.2 to 1.3 or something. To 1.4, I think. So it's good because it's got further to go. Even though you won't see it, you'll see it on the minimap. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit taxing, but let's see. And we also need to affect the little minimap. So, so how are we going to do that? We are going to open this up. I'm going to wait for the little minimap to appear and then have a look at that code, see where we're at. So we're going to have another projectile. I'm going to have it mini projectile. And I will actually have a separate prefab for mini projectile because it's going to be even smaller. Because obviously it's going to be more of a depiction of of what it looks like. So it's going to be firing from there and then moving over there. So we've got this. We're going to go Control D. So get rid of that now. Mini projectile go. And this one here is going to be tiny. It's going to be maybe, let's go make it half the size and then see what that looks like. Okay. That's fine. And now we just need access to this. Copy path. Mini projectile go equals. I know I don't always necessarily work in the most logical fashion. I normally just think, well, this is what I need to do now, so let's work on that. If I was more organised, I would probably have sort of considered this slightly earlier, but that's okay. Right. Oh, there is. Yeah, this is fine. Public void make Rangers attack from minimap. Yep, and then we're going to make a coroutine because they're the best things in the world. We've got my enumerator. I don't know what it is. Rangers attack from minimap routine. Because the weird thing is, I think I'm pretty fast at typing. I'm just not fast at typing accurately. It's like I make spelling mistakes so often that I think it averages out to me being quite slow at typing. There we go. Okay, so what are we going to do? We're going to have an integer somewhere. Yeah, we can have it on top of here. So it can be private as well. Private int number of projectiles in air. Yeah, firing. Okay, so it's going to have a flat number, int number of projectiles to fire. No. Yeah, so this is going to be a much sort of simpler routine because all we're doing, we're not actually having to worry about, it's just going to be firing from one space. So yeah. So and So I'm trying to work out if I should keep it as a whole separate routine, or I should just make it an individual. For the time being, I'll do this. I less than number of projectiles to fire. I plus plus. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how we go with this. I might have to change this up a bit, but let's have a look. So, and then numerator fire individual projectile routine. And yeah, this should be relatively simple. We just got to find out. Oh yes, okay, right. We got the monster script, so we know where that is. How do we access the furthest left? So I think we actually... So, yeah, sorry, I'll explain what I'm trying to do. We're just trying to work out where it's firing from and where it's firing to. We know that it's firing from the town and it's firing to the monster, but we just got to work out how we're going to access all of that. So I think here... we can't just say, oh, it's going to probably be number 0 on the list or number 1 on the list. I'd rather actually get a... So we're going to have private transform mini town trans. Okay. Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so here, so just to confirm, this is when we're summoning all the mini-map. We've got all of this code, but just while we're adding the this one to the list of mini transforms, like the sort of mobility aspect, we're going to have mini map trans equal trans. Okay. So yeah, so just to confirm, this here is what's creating the minimap. We're accessing its transform. We're doing a bunch of stuff to it, but I'm just sneakily putting this bit of code here so that we know where we're firing the projectile from. So that looks good. Okay. So yeah, I'm making this way more complicated than I need to be. Projectile trans equals, so we're just instantiating, we're creating, and yeah, why do they call it instantiate? Why don't they just say create? But there is a good reason. Yeah, anyway, we're creating the mini projectile. Projectile go. And I think in this circumstance we don't need to worry about where we're setting it to. In fact, yeah, we can. Mini town trans. Dot position. Oh yeah. So yeah, okay. Right, so we're now creating the projectile. We're now we're creating it, and then we're getting access to the transform, which is the the ability to move the projectile around. So now we've got that, we're just going to simply have we're just going to simply get it to move and then destroy itself. So number of projectiles. I need help with a very important decision. Mars, Snickers or Twix? Well, Twix, write Twix off. Or I don't even know what you're wasting your time with Twix. I would actually, you know what? Snickers is the slightly more elegant decision. Go with Snickers. But write off Twix, you know. I think when I was younger, we had Twixes like all the time, you know, and it's like I'm thinking, I never want to see a Twix ever again. Yeah. Okay. Actually, we're going to have similar code, but not exactly the same. No, we're not. We're going to. The only bit that's going to remain the same is the time that it takes. That's fine. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to still copy and paste it, but we're going to change quite a few things. Projectile trans equals. So that's going to be. It's going to be very. There's not going to be much room for error. So we'll still add an element of randomness in it, but it's quite a small thing, and we don't want it to be go up quite as high as well. So what is the monster vec? The monster vec is. I think I've actually just got access to the monster script. Yeah, so. Mini enemy script. I apologise, it's this. This is what we need. Mini enemy script. Oh, I don't have access to its transform, I don't think. Or I might do. Let's go find out. So this is the mini one. Yeah, oh right, yeah. So we're going to have a little function here. So when I say mini enemy script, that is the little version of the blob that's on the minimap. And I'm just going to create a little function here. Yeah, Snickers, yeah, good choice, good choice. It's like, I would have been fine had you been like Mars, no problem. But there would have been some serious judgment had you picked a Twix. Right. Okay. So what I'm actually doing, and I don't think it matters too much, but all the projectiles aren't going to be like children of this minimap. They are going to be separate things that are created. Just like for simplicity reasons, there is no real need for it to be part of the like enemy thing, so that's fine. Okay, so we've got access there. We want to make sure that the randomness isn't too big. The amount of time will be the same, but the height is going to be a lot lower. So maybe 0.1 to 0.3. So this is just making when they sort of fire over, it's going to be a little bit lower. So here we're going to have while. Oh. Oh, okay, yeah, I have. Okay, sorry. I just wanted to check that I had introduced the integer here. This is basically what I'm doing is I'm making an integer equal to this function because it returns the boolean. So it means when this thing has finished occurring, when this function has been done, it then becomes false. So now we're just going mover dot instance dot s to f bool chum. Oh, incidentally as well, this particular, it still needs a bit of work to it, but I managed to get both this mover code and the Aaron code. So this is the thing that moves around, and the Aaron code onto my YouTube. If ever you wanted to actually have a little play around with it, it's not anything super fancy, but it's just very useful for manipulating things to move from one place to another. Oh, yes, yeah, yeah, don't worry, I'm still here. Yeah, we're just in the process of getting the little mini-map to fire the little projectiles. So we're going to have there we go. Yeah. Oh, cool. See, I won't go into way loads of detail, but because my actual job doesn't actually have anything to do with coding, I'm always I'm always thinking about coding when I'm at work. I'm just right. Okay, there we are. Right. Oh, wow. I mean, that is impressive. Time plus equals there, and then we want this has got a busy thing, yeah. While number of projectiles firing is greater than 0, yield return null, and then busy equals false. Okay. Now, that looks okay. I think that looks okay. Because this is going to be purely for show, so there's not actually going to be anything too important that's happening here. The only important thing that I haven't done yet, which I'm going to work out later, is inflicting the damage to like inflicting the damage to the minimap like boss. Yeah, while it's still in that mini form, and for the time being, I haven't got that. But I'll do that. Right, I can see my phone's ringing. I'm just going to be just 1 second. Hold on. Yeah, sorry about that. Just my bro checking up on me. He's doing all right. Right, so we got all this. I'm wondering if when we do the highlight stream, it'll be all the bits where, like, I need to go away. It's like, oh yeah, here's an accumulation of all the breaks that he's had to have. It's like, come on, you don't even do long streams. You can. You don't need to have this many breaks, and it's like a yep. Right. Anyway, so that's all good. Right, we just got to work out how we're going to call this. So the combat, begin off combat routine. So, so what's actually, we are just going busy yet. Busy equals true. Judging from the headers, probably more likely to be wanting to get your CV. A lot of data. Yeah. Days with. Yeah. 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 Oh yeah. Oh, of course. Right. Let's see. Right, so what are all the things that we want to do, actually? I'll keep that there so we don't get an error message. Right, what are all the things that we want to do on there? We want to make the attacker building script get the rangers to attack. Make the mini town fire at the mini monster. I think. Oh yeah, and then work out how to deal damage. Okay, so let's, now that we've done all of this, let's have a look. So make individual, off combat, yeah. So what's actually going to happen, it's not going to be Monster Vec. It is going to be Monster Vec, but we've got to work out exactly where it would be in. I think in this case, no one's ever going to really notice. So if let me just go back here. Well, there might be some error messages, but that's fine. Because I'm just trying to visualise it. We're going to have the Rangers fire over there, but I think if we just have them firing roughly, say about here-ish, so then I don't think it'll matter, because I was trying to work out if I should do the maths as to where the monster should be each time. But I genuinely, I don't think it will really matter as long as it's kind of firing somewhere off screen. That's all that really matters. So let's go create an empty game object and just work out exactly roughly where it's going to be. So just incidentally moved it to y being exactly 0. Right, anyway, let's say 10. No, that's a bit too close. 25. No, that's 250. 25 seems pretty good. Yeah, okay. Yeah. That's a sort of rough guess. I think that should look okay. Right, so instead of it being there, we can still add that element of randomness. I don't know how useful it's going to be, but new vector 3, 25 along. And let's go make this randomness. Let's hope this doesn't look completely ridiculous. Let's say 2 minus 2.5 to 2.5. Yeah, so this is just affecting where it's actually aiming towards. Essentially, provided it's firing off screen, no one will really care too much, but I thought I'd give it a good sort of distance to go. Okay. And I think that's all the things that we need to worry about. So, and I want them to both occur at the same time. So make oh yeah, right. No, I'm actually doing the code now instead of just typing out what I'm about to do. So get attack building script dot oh yeah. Okay, sorry. Number of range attacking equals get that dot attack total. So we've got the number of attackers. We're now going to go attack building script dot off. I really should remember the name of all these functions. What am I calling it? Oh yes, of course. Yeah. So we actually just make them attack like normal. Oh, I haven't even done this bit yet. Sorry. Right. Okay. Let me just do this, and then I'm gonna. Yeah, I haven't actually made it do anything yet. Right. So dot make ranges attack. It doesn't actually. Yeah, the monster vec doesn't matter too much. So it's. So this can. I'm just going to have this as vector 3.0. Yeah, that's irrelevant, and this is going to be true. I think I see what I've done there. Oh, I've done it there. So I'm just going to cut this and paste this here. So yeah, so now it's going to be off combat, so it's going to be true. It will start this routine, be busy. I'm also, it doesn't matter too much, I'm also going to, yeah. So it's assuming it's false unless we actually specifically set it's true. So while off combat, it's basically all this, but we're changing the coroutine. We don't need this at all, do we? No, we don't. So let's actually get rid of it. So there's no confusion. But we want it there. Sorry. We just don't want this here. Yeah, because we don't need to worry about the monster vec. So we just get rid of that. Okay. So we're making all the rangers attack. And right, now here's an important thing. Do we even have access to the mini script? Let's find out. Nope, but that's okay. We can just create it. So I'm doing a function here which is just going to make sure that we have access to the minimap. Have to go pick up the kids from school. Have a good rest of the stream. Oh yeah, thanks, man. Oh yeah, have a good rest of the day, man. Cheers. Yeah, it's always cool having you about, man. Oh, map script. So what are we doing here? We are creating a variable which is the map script, and we're doing a function here which is going to return a map script, and we're going to call it get map script. If map script is equal to null, map script equals find object of type map script. Return map script. I said map script a lot of times. Okay. So off combat routine. Forgotten what the function's called. Let's find out. Oh, I haven't created a function. Let's just quickly do that now. Oh, no, I have. It's there. It's already done. Yeah, make rangers attack from minimap. And it will just be this number of rangers attacking. And here's where it gets a little bit interesting. Oh! Wait a sec. I've just created this function. I haven't used it yet. Get map script. Okay, yeah, that's better. Okay, so we're going to have a function that's going to be waiting for the attack building to finish while and we're going to have another function that goes straight away afterwards, which is while map script are busy. Okay, because yeah, the advantage of having this, having like get here and get there, it means it gets hold of it, and now we like for the rest of this, we just have to refer to it, but we have to do this one first so we get hold of the script to actually use. Okay, now we've got to somehow make the mini monster take damage. That is going to we're pretty happy so far. Oh yeah. So now we just need to work out a way to the easiest way of doing the off combat routine. So begin off combat. So it will be somewhere in the end turn function. So let's go. Right, brilliant. Right, so how many error messages have we got today? Oh no, we're fine. We're clear. We're good. Right. End turn master. Master. Right. So what happens when we end the turn? We discard the cards. Cards discarded. We probably don't need that to be said anymore. So I think if combat script.instance there. So just before the monster actually jumps to attack, like jumps forward on the minimap, we're going to have the it's actually basically going to be this code. We're going to start it, but this is going to be begin off combat. So it's going to begin the off combat, and then it's going to jump forward. So at the moment, it's not going to be taking any damage because I still want I want the blob to actually be shaking and taking damage at some point. But like at the moment, it won't do that. But I like. Yeah, I think that's all we actually need to do. So we can give it a shot. See how it goes. Oh, right. I'm going to do it from my laid back position. So, want to create some rangers. That's 1. 2. Ah! We seem to... Somehow, that's not what it should look like. Okay, what have I done? I have somehow moved that over there. The red house is just the health, right? It doesn't have to be a house. It could be a queen, a queen bean, or a sausage. Yes. So actually, no. The red house. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. The greenhouse. Yeah, is just the health. So it could be anything. I mean, like I was thinking in my head, it's going to be like the town heart or something. But I haven't really worked out like kind of. I'm going to have a bit of a session where I have a bit of fun trying to draw. Maybe like sort of little tin cans or something as their sort of house or something. But yeah, you're right. It could be. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel I want it to be a sort of building that when it gets destroyed, it's like the whole town is destroyed. But I haven't quite worked out what it's going to be. But yeah, so this is basically health, attack, and defense. So right before I actually try and see what happens, I'm just going to try and find out why this has moved over. So let's have a little bit of a diagnostic. So was that always the case? I've got to remember now. Was it always the case that I would create the mini town? Okay, let's have a look. Let's see. Let's have a little gander as to what the code is. So anyway, sorry, before we try this out, I just got to work out exactly. Let's just have a look at let's see what happens. So, oh right, yeah, for some reason it's just creating it there. And I don't know why. But yeah, interesting. Okay. Oh, yep. I know what the problem is. I know what the problem is. It's where I've been creating it. I've got minimap trans and mini town trans mixed up. So the minimap is everything. Is everything that is to do with this minimap. The mini town is just a little building, and I've got this mixed up somewhere. So create minimap routine over here. Yeah, so what's actually happening here? So we're instantiating the Minitown Go. I'm going to call it that. Oh, yes, this is it. Okay. Minitown Trans. Yes, that's it. Okay. That should work. Right, okay. Take two. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, so let's go create a ranger. Ah, good. We've got 4, so I'm going to create them all. Okay, so we've got 4. What's going to happen? Didn't do exactly what I wanted. Let's try and work out what's been wrong there. So this one should obviously be firing miles over, and these little ones there should be ones firing from there. Yes. So I think I know part of the problem. I think I haven't actually... I've done a function, but not actually done anything with it. So so we got a couple of things to fix there. Yeah, I think this one shouldn't be too difficult. Attack from minimap. Oh, maybe not. Right, so let's have another look. Let's see where we're going wrong. I mean, to be fair, I think I'm getting sort of my just dessert, because there's been quite a few things that have worked like really well, and like they just work first time. In this case, we've got a bit of an issue. So this one isn't firing at all, and this one is only firing a little bit in front. So I'm going to press end turn and then pause. Okay, so we've still got the projectiles in the air. So I want to see if so if we have a look at the attack building, and we've got these beans, Ranger Bean Scripts 3, number of rangers in line, number of beans attacking 3. Okay, so this is doing fine. We just need to work out why the distance is a little bit off. That should be fine. Let me fix that one. Let's do the easy one first and then do the slightly more difficult one afterwards. So let's go into the attack building script. Oh, hang on. Yes, that is 25. Yeah, oh wow. Okay, this is a spicy one, because it should be moving to should be moving to 25 there. So in fact, we'll actually have a look at one of the projectiles and see if, because it might be moving to 25 on a different scale, or see where it's going to end up. Let's go, actually, before we do that, let's just eliminate some of the randomness, so it's a little bit less confusing. Oh, hang on a sec. So it's always going to strictly move to 25, let's find out where the... I'm still not bored of this music. It's quite good, inspiring sort of music. Okay, here we go. So 1 and 2. Control, yeah. So I'm actually holding, yeah, action, end, turn, pause. Okay. Right, so let's have a look at where the actual position is. Going forward a frame. Okay. Oh! I know what I've done. I think this one here can be fixed with one little word, and I think I know what it is. Combat script here, off combat. Oh, no. Okay, I've already put this in, so let's have a look. We're making sure it's true this time. Oh, yep. Okay. We haven't actually introduced... Basically, the thing that's telling it to move at a certain place hasn't been doing it. I just forgot. I just need to put that in. I actually, so that I don't get that confusion again, I'm just going to delete that. So it has to have a boolean, but if there isn't one assigned, it's going to be false at the beginning. Okay, so hopefully that's the one part sorted. Okay, 1 and 2. Okay, so intern. Yeah. Okay, that's exactly what I was after. Completely no problem. Right, now let's have a look at what we're going to look at next. Is if we go into our map script. We have got the number of projectiles firing. I was going to make it private. I was going to be like, yeah, let's just assume it. If we make it public, we can actually see at run time if there are actually projectiles firing in the air. No, one better. Let's actually check it is. Let's just have a look through to check everything's. Make ranged attack from minimap. We're starting the coroutine. Number of projectiles true. Number of projectiles fired there. Right, so it should be. Okay. But yeah, this is cool. Well, I mean, so it's not exactly the same thing, but there's an episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation where the opening gambit is they find a vessel lost somewhere, and they sort of tractor beam it in. They're checking it's okay. And inside, it's Captain Jean-Luc Picard, who's all dazed and unconscious, right? But Captain Jean-Luc Picard is already on the vessel, and so you're thinking, "Whoa, what has happened here?" And then then the Star Trek intro begins, and you're like, "Okay, all right, this is the episode where I have to watch. I need to know why have they just picked up a vessel that's got Captain Jean-Luc Picard in, but he's already there. There's 2 Captain Jean-Luc Picards. Why is this the case?" This is kind of like the equivalent. It's not the equivalent. It's something completely different. But this is one of those times where it's like I'm actually looking forward to working out why this isn't working. I'm actually genuinely, I love it. Right. Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to play again. We're going to wait till this town gets created. And we're going to have a look at this. Mini town there. And we've got number of projectiles firing. So we want to see if, so I'm going to... it's now not maximising on play. We're going to create a ranger here, and what we want to see is, or what we want to, we want to see basically whether this number goes up to 1 and then goes back down to 0 or not. Because if it is, then it is being created somewhere. We just have no idea where. No, it just created it didn't create it at all. Okay, right, brilliant. The episode... I know, right? Why was there 2 Picards? Yeah, like, I'll be honest, the actual episode wasn't one of the stronger episodes, but if ever you want an opening to be like, okay, now I have to watch this, like, that was, you know, it was absolutely, yeah. I was just like, yes, I have to. Right, okay. So, Mank Rangers. So, we've made that public. Find all references. We're clearly... I this is brilliant. Okay, right. I won't spoil the it's definitely going to be one of the 2. It's either time travel or a clone. I don't want to ruin the episode now. But like, I think it's time travel. Like, I think that like I say, the episode, like the promise that the episode had was a lot better than the actual episode. However, that's just me being cynical. It's Star Trek: The Next Generation. You already know it's going to be great. But like, it was just more like, kind of, if ever you wanted a proper episode to be like, right, okay, you have to watch this. Right, and so anyway, right. So why are the mini projectiles not firing? And then it just go into like space, the final frontier. These are the voyages. But I want to know. Skip the thing. I want to know why they're not firing. Okay. So it's clearly calling there. Right. We're just gonna have to do debug log messages to see if it's doing the thing that we want it to do. Right. So we're gonna have here, just check debug. Dot log in brackets. Just have 1. But I've run diagnostics. There's no there's no reason why it's not firing. Okay, so we've just put some debug logs to try and work out why. And I'm imagining this is Geordie LaForge. Geordie LaForge is like, wait, I'm just running diagnostics now. I can't do a Geordie LaForge accent. Oh, I just thought, if you are watching and you have no idea what Star Trek: The Next Generation, all of this, if you've never watched Star Trek: The Next Generation, all of this is completely wasted on you. And I apologise. Right. Okay, so do we get any debug? Oh! Okay. Right. It looks like the number that we're putting in is always equal to 0. So that's why, sort of a generic American, like, I'm trying to do Geordie LaForge. Okay, so basically, this number here is, for some reason, coming across as 0, because it's not doing a debug. It did 1, then 2, then skipped 2, and went straight to 3. So it's not firing projectiles. So let's go work out why that is. Combat script. Oh, got it. Okay. All right. It's actually it's that. That's all we needed to do. We're just currently recording the normal attack total. The thing which I'm trying to work out is... Oh, yes. Okay. And we've also, yeah, so basically I was just recording what the normal attack total was, not the ranger attack total. And I'm trying to work out what this one, you know, it's one of those classic, like, you finally got it to work. Is this one working at all? I think it's because it's, even though we're entering this number in, it's not actually using that number at any point. So this will fix it all, but I want to actually just tweak this a bit before we give it another try. We've got, yeah, here we go. Yeah. So yeah, I think this number just is doing nothing. So we put this number in and it's not doing anything. It should be... if... This is just a bit of a safety bit of code. Yeah, this isn't... If number of... It should always equal that. If number of rangers is greater than the ranger bean scripts dot count, then number of rangers equals and I'm going to have a little safety debug message as well, saying something like debug.log ideally you never read this. Okay. Yeah, as I say, this should never happen. And so what we're going to do now is just have number of rangers. Okay. Yeah. So it was entering this number, but this number wasn't used at any point. Right. So I think we're good to go. Let's see. So yeah, I think when I was putting it together the first time, I was a bit too quick to yeah, I was like, I just want to give it a try. So, right, what are we expecting? Let's go maximum screen for this. What are we expecting to happen? These are going to fire off in the distance. Simultaneously, this is going to fire towards this. Let's go. Yeah. Oh, I haven't actually destroyed the projectiles afterwards. That's fine. I can do that. Oh, have I destroyed the projectiles? Have I destroyed any projectiles at any point? Or are they going to remain there? Let's just double check. I think it is only the mini projectiles. That's fine. We just need to destroy those after they've reached it. All right. Okay. That's easily done. We need to look at the map script. Let's go get rid of this diagnostic. Okay. Yeah, so we're just going to destroy our projectile. Ah, hey, man. Right, so that's kind of sorted. Now, all we really need to do is get the mini enemy script to take some damage. And I think the code is going to be very similar to the main enemy script, except for the reason this is called mini enemy script and not monster script is because I made a creative decision halfway through. So we need to find the main monster script, find out how it takes damage, and do something very similar to this. So let's go. Another thing that we'll have to check is when it arrives that it translates all the information from the mini to the the main monster. I think I've done the code that does that, but I can't remember. So let's have a look at the monster script. Take damage. So but we'll rename it to take damage on mini monster. No, just take damage is fine. So we can change some of these, but we probably need to have our own lower life thing. So what's actually happening on this thing? Yeah, all of this looks kind of doable. So we need another lower life function from our monster script. And I think it looks like... Right, so instead of it being monster trans, we're going to actually rename this one to mini monster trans. Yeah, I think that's better, because even though like this here is saying enemy and I want it to say monster, I'm going to just live with that. That's going to be this burden of pain where it's like I will eventually change that to saying monster, but it's a little bit tricky to do. So mini monster trans. So it might be shaking a bit too much, but let's have a look. So yeah, the big question is, have I actually already done the code so that when it actually arrives on the main thing, it's going to arrive with the damage that's already been taken. So combat script. So once all that's occurred, we're going to have right, looks like we need to actually get hold of the, and I think it is better that we just get hold of it. Private mini enemy script, and get mini enemy script. Okay. All right. Oh, sorry. I found out an interesting little fact the other day. Like, obviously, like many years ago, when like computers couldn't hold as much hard disk space, or you just had like I had an Amiga, and there's a game that was like really big game, really popular at the time, great game called Defender of the Crown. And it's, yeah, as I say, beautiful game, really fun little game, and for like graphics wise it looked really good back in the day. And I found out like you could fit it all on one floppy disk, but it didn't even use all the floppy disks data, right? So bear in mind, floppy disks could hold about like something like 1.4 meg. It used about 400 kilobytes. You fit the entire game, the entire of this quite big epic game where there's a lot going on in it, in 400 kilobytes or something. It's just ridiculous. I was like, this game isn't going to do that. This is going to be massive. It's like, now that we've got what is essentially like as much hard disk space as we ever need, it's going to be like literally thousands of times bigger, thousands and thousands of times, if not tens of thousands. Right, so we've got access to the mini script here, and now we want mini enemy script dot take damage. I think it should be number of rangers attacking. Oh yeah, and then we have to So, yeah, we don't need this anymore. Okay, so what have I just done? I have tried, hopefully, we'll see what it looks like, but hopefully now the monster will take damage, and I want to just see if the damage is going to, the damage that it's taken is going to translate to when it becomes big, on the screen. Because I just simply don't know yet. I don't know if I've done the code. So we've got some rangers. Why don't you play multiple cards at once? I'm not going to play multiple cards at once. Not yet. Here we go. So. Yep. I made this whole function, I didn't use it. There we go. I knew that. I just wanted to check. I was just checking you were checking. No. Yeah, so I've made the function. Yeah, it's just purely, it's tried to do something on a script that it doesn't have access to yet. And by me putting that function in, it's going to make sure that it does. Okay, right, let's have a look. Yes, let's go. Bam. Yeah, I think the numbers did change. I'm just going to double check. So I want to just check the number is actually going down at the rate at which it should do. Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. It's actually been a bit longer. I've just had the energy today. I wanted to see if I could do the entire Ranger thing all in one go. So we're actually making progress now. So you've actually joined us in a bit of a big climactic moment. So we've got a few things that we're going to test in one go. So we've got 7 Rangers. They should be firing there, taking that down to 47 life. And then when it arrives, I can't remember if I've translated the life so it goes over, but we'll find out. Or we might get an error message. Anything could happen. Tune in next time. Wouldn't that be really annoying if I just left this stream right there? Just be like, right, no, but I'm not. Right. Yeah. So here we go. So they're firing over. Bam, it's taking the damage. Yes, and it's on 47. Ah, yes. Okay. Sorry, that was the big. Now I want to see if that 47 is still official. So end turn. It's firing over. It's taken the damage, and that's done there. Okay. Right. Brilliant. So what? Right now. Now I've got the decision now. Like the last bit that I want to do with the Rangers is, I'm trying to work out if I've got time to do it this stream. Let's have a look, because I was going to say it's a marathon stream in for me. I know there's lots of other people who just regularly do 12-hour streams, and I tell you, hats off to them. I think, like, because there's actually other game developers that do 12-hour streams, and I'm just like, how do you have the energy to do that? You know, absolutely amazing. I reckon, you know what? I reckon we've got enough time. We're going to do the final push. We're going to get what I'm looking to do now is make sure that when the town heart is being hit, all the rangers die. And it could be just the amount of damage that goes over. But for the time being, I'm going to make it so that all the... Actually, no. I don't know. Like, because I do like the idea of rangers being this sort of delicate thing. That's why I'm thinking I want them to be really, really useful and effective. But like, it comes at a cost because, yeah. So anyway, let's go work out where we're up to. I doubt they're coding the entire time. A lot will spend a good amount of time just talking with chat and playtesting. Yeah, that is true. I think, like, kind of as much as I do like a bit of chat, I do try to. It's like I've got a fixed thing that I'm looking to do each time, and yeah, but yeah. Cheers, though, man. It makes me feel a bit better because. Yeah, sometimes like it does happen. As it is, I still actually I'm still feeling like I could go on for ages, but I don't want to push it too much. Right, so we're going to have attack on the attack building script. Yes, right. We're going to have public void. Splatter rangers, and that will have int number of rangers to splatter. We worked out splatter is the best word to use here. There we go. I'm going to put this in, so I've got the option of whether I want to kill all the rangers in one go or if I just want to kill a certain amount. Busy equals true. Busy equals false. Okay, right. I think I'm going to take a little page from what I do with the defenders, because I want them to splatter in the same way the defenders splatter. And I think there's actually quite a lot of code, and luckily as well for me. In fact, I'm going to just clear all this. I'd like to just do close all but this every now and then, just so that I just don't have too much. So what we're going to do, we're going to get the defender script and put it side by side. Look at how I make the defender splatter and do something similar to that. But yeah, it's. Yeah, I know. I should have put yield return null somewhere, but I didn't. Stop giving me grief. I know why that's there. Right. Right. Yeah. It's like, yeah. Yeah, Unity just judging me. It's like, why have you got an I enumerator without any yield return null? Like, fine, you're happy. Are you happy now? There we go. I'll put it in. Okay, right. So, let's have a look. Destroy defender beans. Yeah, I'll have to. I'm just gonna have a bit of a study. Oh, don't know what I've done there. Right. Yeah, I'm gonna have a little bit of a study of this. Try and work out exactly what's going on before I start just mindlessly copying and pasting. Oh, this is actually. Right. So, to sort of study. I remember, yeah, like I don't know if you have this where you're looking at code that you've done. I mean, I only did this a couple of weeks ago, and I'm like, what is going on here? Right. Actually, I don't think. I think this is actually like there's a lot more complex stuff going on here. Oh, I see. Yes, so we can get rid of all that. That's irrelevant. It's this bit here. So, what we're going to have first is we're going to do a bit of a check to check that the if number of rangers to splatter is greater than ranger bean scripts dot count. Equals, yeah. This is just to double check that we're not trying to destroy, we're not trying to splatter something that isn't there. So this is just a little bit of safety code, and I'm going to have this shouldn't happen either. In reference to the other bit of code which does something similar to this. Right. Okay. There we go. So. Make individual ranger splatter routine. Let's just have a little look at this one here. Oh yes. I probably should have another separate number of beans moving. Let's have another public int number of. I'll put beans splattering. So number of beans splattering plus plus. We don't necessarily need to do this, but I think I like this because obviously when they're splattering, it's not going to be like a tenth of a second. They're all going to splatter at the same time. But I still want to have this in. I think this makes a bit of sense. So we want to put in a bean script. And Let me just have a little look, because I think I can actually do quite a lot of this. Let's just copy and paste this over, see what's... Huh. Oh, yes, okay. Oh, everything's fine. Sorry. I was thinking we're adding a number of splatterings plus, and then we're not minusing it afterwards, but we got it there. That's fine. So, yeah. It's one of those sort of moments of... and I'm minusing it twice there. I'm getting rid of that. I think the position is going to be slightly different. Oh, maybe it's not, because we've already compensated for its current position. Okay. Add ranges attack. So, yeah, that's fine. Okay. So, this is mostly it. So, for int I equals 0, I less than number of ranges to splatter, I plus plus. Now, how did I do this here? Because you've got to always be a bit careful when you're listing through all of the things on a list. Yeah, that's it. That's it. So it's kind of like this. Yeah, I'm just going to copy this and change this, yeah. So we're actually kind of being a little bit safer than we need to do. Right, let's get rid of this now. We've got, yeah, so this one here is... make individual ranger splatter routine. Ranger bean scripts. One thing that did take me a while to sort of grasp when I was first learning to code is when you're using like any arrays or any lists, the first one in the list starts at 0, and like through time it has made a lot of sense as to why that is the case, but like it just takes quite a while for my like brain to comprehend that it's like, why doesn't it start at 1? Everything starts at 1. But it does make sense. So when we're actually picking the last one on the count, it's actually we're referencing like whatever the count is minus 1, so that's the last one added. Okay, so while number of bean splattering is greater than 0, yield return null. Oh yes, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I just wanted to check. So, yeah, all of this code is fine. So we're picking the last one of the list, making it do this thing, and then removing it, and then we're going on to the next one. That's fine. Okay, number of bean splattering is greater than 0. Yeah, done. Okay, now we can get rid of this. If you start with C or C++, it would make perfect sense because an array is just a pointer. Yes, yeah, you're completely right. I think the like because oddly enough, I was learning when I was, because I actually did it in that order. I learned C, then C++, and then C sharp. And like when they were making a really big deal of talking about pointers, which like kind of made sense. But then as soon as you're actually using Unity C sharp, there is no concept of pointers. Like, you know, you can't actually have a, well, yeah. Like, oh yeah, oh cool, oh fair play. you did the same transition. Like, this is out of interest. If ever you used, although, oh yeah. Like, I mean, actually, I don't mind Java, because, right, now, this is a weird thing, right? Did I dream this, right? Unity, you used to be able to use Java in, didn't you? Or did I dream that? Like, because I was so sure when you were creating a script, you could either make a C sharp script or a Java script, but I might have dreamt that. Oh, JavaScript. Okay. Either way, I think I did learn I learned a bit of regular Java, which is like, it turns out, like, if you know C sharp, you can look at Java and you can be like, yeah, I kind of see what's going on here. I think you have to, whenever you're creating a function, you have to write the word function, but it's mostly the same. They called it Unity script, but it was just JavaScript with Unity. Oh, right, okay. No, that is good. I am glad you said that, because I think I've been actually in other people's streams, and I've been saying like, oh, so, you know, I can see you're using Unity. Are you using C sharp or Java? And they'll be like, you can only do C sharp, buddy. And it's true, like, kind of, I think, but yeah, I prefer C sharp anyway. So, what we also want to do is have I just want to see because what we need to do as well is we need to actually lower the number of Ranger attack, the number of Ranger attackers there are. And at what point are we doing that? We're actually doing it at the top here. So Rangers in line minus equal number of Rangers to splatter. So number of Rangers in line minus that. And we also want to have the Ranger total. So yeah, let's go make. So set Ranger. Yeah, it's going to have lower Ranger attack. We'll just put it here. So yeah, basically I'm putting the code in now so that we always have the option, like, but I think once I've made a few more mechanics, we're then going to play around. We're going to work out if it makes sense to just kill all the Rangers or just the amount of damage that it's taking. Like, that's one of those things that I'm definitely going to sort of dabble with. So. Ranger attack total minus equals range attack to lower, and Control C. there, and hopefully that will actually just when we do this bit of code here, go to definition. Yeah, it's almost all the time going to be 0. So if it's 0, it's just going to essentially get rid of the text. Okay. So splatter routine, doing all of that, and now we want to have lower range attack to number of ranges to splatter. Okay. Number being splattering. So I just want to have a little study. I think we've got all the stuff from here that we need. Yeah. It's alright. Defender script, you've done your bit. Okay. So now we just need to find the combat script and put that bit of code in. Unfortunately, we'll have to cycle through each turn to get it to work. So, combat routine. It's the moment that we're taking damage. Count hard that take damage. And I kind of want to have... so we've already referenced the attacker thing, I believe. No, we haven't. So we're going to have to get the attack building script dot make. Oh, I've done the classic. I've created the function and not oh, Splatter Ranger. Well, that really should be called Splatter Rangers, so I'll change that. But for consistency, sorry, okay, changing my mind again. We're going to have make Rangers Splatter, and this will be renamed to make Rangers Splatter routine. So I'm always slightly conscious as yeah, we're still fine. We're still DMCA free music. But there's words in it. It's fine. So I'm going to actually just do that function first, and then this song feels too like it's got too much of a high production value. I'm gonna play it safe and just start from the top. I'd rather be paranoid. Yeah. Oh. We sometimes have a radio on at work, and it's got a like over Christmas. It's got a particular, like, it seems to be, whatever radio station it is, seems to completely only ever play Christmas music, and you start to become slightly institutionalised when you're just thinking, I have been hearing the same Christmas songs over and over for the last 8 hours. So now that we've actually done that, we can have attacker building script dot make Rangers Splatter. So, here is where we can have damage to Town Heart and we can have attacker building script dot oh yeah, hold on. So we're going to create another function just so we can get hold of just the number of rangers. So get number of rangers, return ranger bean scripts. Right. Wouldn't it be funny if there was somewhere like in the corner just the number of times I've said the word rangers throughout this? You know, I think we'd be up to a good 500 so far. Right. Make rangers splatter. So this is the one which I do want, and I like the idea that it's taking damage and the rangers are splattering at the same time. So yeah, we're now going to wait for both of those things to occur before it goes to the next one. Now I think, yeah, so it's only ever going to do it if the damage is greater. Oh, there's one thing which I meant to do earlier. So where we've got the begin combat. So what we're doing for the off combat, for the time being, we're getting this number to work out how many rangers are attacking. And we're going to have if number of rangers attacking is greater than 0, then we're going to do all this stuff. Otherwise, it just does nothing. I meant to do that earlier, I just forgot. It's like while I was thinking about it, I may as well do that. So, right, let me just quickly scan over everything that's closing all the wrong things. Right, okay. I don't know what I've just brought up. Okay. Control info. Okay. So what's happening? So the rangers are attacking, then the monster's doing the attack, then the defending beans are getting splattered hopelessly. So at some point the normal attackers are attacking. Then the town takes some damage, and then we sort out that. So I think we're ready to give it a try. I just want to have one last little scan. So what's happening at this point? Making the rangers splatter. Because it's going to be the problem is how I've got it set up. We're going to have to wait 3 turns every time. Word of the day, ranger. What is it? Oh yeah, modulate. Yeah. The weird thing is I don't even think modulation is actually the correct word. It's been 2 years since I've gone. Sorry. Oh yeah. I like that many have worked in retail at some point. Yeah, Christmas music becoming unbearable. Yeah. Oh yeah, like because there's actually some good Christmas songs, but when you've heard it, for quite literally about the 20th time in the same day, you do get a little bit stir crazy. Stir crazy. You just go. Yeah. It turns you a little bit mental, a little bit crazy. I think sorry, I might have actually said this, like this particular story. I was working somewhere once where, for whatever reason, it was behind I was working kind of at a sort of pub, and it had a jukebox, and on Christmas Eve it was free, so anyone could just use it for free. And someone just at the end of their shift thought it'd be quite a good idea to put the Busted Thunderbirds Are Go over and over again. So he literally stacked it, so it's just doing that one song, like literally for the rest of the shift. So he finished at about like 4 in the like afternoon, and like the pub doesn't close till like midnight. So for 8 straight hours, I was listening to Busted Thunderbirds Are Go. Oh my word! I mean, yeah, like I know all the words now. Oh, right. Okay. Sorry. Right. I know we've just made all this script and we're just checking. So we're just about to see if it works. And I'm getting sidetracked. But right. We're lowering the number of rangers. We're doing that there. Number of rangers to splatter. It's doing all of that. Okay. I think let's give it a shot. Right. Okay. Right. So yeah, what I want to do as well, I want to check that there's a few things that we're going to check. So let's go create some ranger. I probably don't need to create this many. We're just trying to test it. I'm just going to go end turn. So they're firing over. Yeah, I quite like that. I think that looks quite nice. Right, end turn. Right, they're arriving. Okay, so what we want to happen. Right, it's like what we want to happen versus what probably say. So what we want to happen before I press end turn and work out if this works. We want these to fire over to there, him to take damage, then him to strike back, deal 15 damage to there, and all of these to splatter, and this number to just be deleted. Right, will all of those things happen? Let's go. So they're firing over, yes. Okay, he's attacking, yes. And they splattered over, and that's come 0. Yes! Right, nice. Nailed it. Yes! Right, brilliant. Okay, fantastic. You know what? That is brilliant. Okay, awesome. Yes, quality. Right. Oh yes, right, now, another little thing we want to test. We want to test if we create the ranger, that it still goes back to its original position. Okay, I'm just checking that nothing else has been messed up. So, let's have a look. Right, so, will it still work a second time? Because there's a few things that I might not have dealt with. So, they're attacking. Damage has been taken. The monster attacks, does that, destroys all the rangers. Let's go. Right. Oh, fantastic. Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We've created the whole concept of rangers today, which is really, really good step. Yeah. This has been actually really nice. Right. I probably will call it here. I'm going to right. I'm going to set a raid to someone. It's going to just take a moment. You should be just being like, yeah, we're just going to raid this person soon. Everyone else seems to be able to do it so smoothly. Right, let's have a look. So, just very slowly. Oh yeah. Yeah, no worries. Right. Okay. Oh my gosh, I am slow at this. Right. So I'm actually going to actually, what I should do, I should be looking for other game developers and trying to follow them, but I don't know how. So for the time being, I can only seem to raid the people that are currently online now. So I'm going to learn how to actually do that in a little bit. But for the time being, we're just going to basically he's probably my favourite Hearthstone streamer. He's just like if ever he has a very similar sort of mindset to I do that I have. When it comes to coding, he has that sort of very literal sort of mindset. So if you want to see some good Hearthstone stream, none of us like Hearthstone. Well, I'm going to raid now. Right, this has been absolutely awesome. Thank you so much, genuinely, for sticking about. This has been really, really nice, really nice stream. And I'll see you guys later. All right, bye. Oh yeah, right. So this is the part of the stream that you only get to see on YouTube because, like, I've actually sent everyone over to like raiding someone else, but I still need to sort of stick around just for a little bit because to check that the raid has gone through all right. Anyway, I think that should be all right. So it's some bonus footage of me talking to myself for a little while. Right. But yeah, it's been a nice old stream. I think that should be good. All right. Until next time.